enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
You will become Paramashiva. Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness and the planes, multiple planes, everything. Understand? Literally last 39 years from the age of 5, whatever Paramashiva manifested through teaching, speaking, writing, every way, condensing the whole thing and presenting it to you all as experientially in these 21 days through this Jnana Charya, Jnana Kriya, Jnana Yoga, Jnana is Mahaparamashivoham. Lifestyle for just Paramashiva. Rituals to be just Paramashiva. Yoga for just being Paramashiva. Jnana just Paramashiva. This Mahaparamashivoham is like literally the ultimate journey in a most safest way.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Mahaparamashivoham program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiffism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasakrama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
You will become Paramashivam. Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience from complete consciousness and the planes, multiple planes, everything. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशम् तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलम् सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितम् सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Yes, Nithyananda everyone, we welcome you all for today's another magnificent Bhava Samadhi Darshan with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to be gracing all of us with the darshan of Dakshinamurthy as the Vidhanya Dakshinamurthy Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Before we directly enter into the program, we are first going to be looking at the introduction and learning about who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, was born on January 3rd, 1978, in the holy and auspicious town of Tiruvannamalai, India. On the 17th of July 1981, at the age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas, which is the initiation into the child saint by enlightened beings, masters, and his predecessors through a ritualistic ceremony. Next, we're going to be looking at the science of identifying incarnations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as an incarnation by enlightened beings and masters such as Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Vidwan Panduranganar, and the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adinam of Kanchimur. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated at the age of 16 to revive Kailasa. This photograph of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was organized to be taken by his Vedanta Guru, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, also called Mataji Kuppam Mandalu, which is the water pot, to the left of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and a wooden staff to his right, all of which were given by her as part of the traditional items that are handed over, along with the official induction as the successor into the lineage. Here we can see the early days of the Nithyananda Sangha, of the revival of Kailasa. To the leftmost, we have a photo, a black and white photo of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When he was very young, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism constructed and built the temple monastery complex of his Guru, Mataji Vibhudananda Puri in Tiruvannamalai. This complex was built brick by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. On April 14, 2001, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishes the first Kailasa temple monastery in Tiruchengodu, South India. You can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own handwriting annotation on the photograph, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has noted the auspicious occasion on this day. Next, in the year 2002, 1 year later, on November 4th, at the age of 24, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishes the headquarters, Adi Kailasa Saranyapeetham, in South India. By the age of 26, in the year 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts mass living enlightenment initiation conventions, taking people through powerful cleansing processes of our seven energy centers. These mass living enlightenment initiation conventions happened all across the globe in various parts of the world. In the year 2005, at the age of 27, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was welcomed with the proclamation message by the Mayor of St. Louis, Francis G. Slade. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Mass Living Enlightenment Initiation Conventions all across the globe, in various parts of India, in various parts of North America, in Canada, and many more places. Here we can see glimpses from these Mass Living Enlightenment conventions. One such convention happening in Oklahoma, in the Medical Baptist Center in the United States. In the years 2015 and 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated thousands into the mass living enlightenment during the Kumbh Mela festival, both in Nasik in 2015 and in the Ujjain Kumbh Mela in 2016. Here we can see the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Well, the first coronation which happened to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very young. And at that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapeetham, which is the Tonde Mandaladinam. In the coming years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samraja, was coronated as the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargaparamadinam. In the year 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shyamalapita Sarvanyapeetham of Madurai. In the year following that, in 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present Mahamandaleshwar, which is the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the most ancient and oldest apex body of Hinduism. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, which is the head of all the spiritual leaders of the Atal Akhada. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders, pontiffs. Here, we can see and learn about the Kailasa nation. The sovereign state of Sri Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, whose vision is living enlightenment for all of humanity. Kailasa's mission is to revive, share with today's world the practical applications of the greater science of authentic Hinduism, including Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, the power manifestation science, and other sciences as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These sciences were once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, but are now facing extinction due to the persecution over a millennium. We are now going to be looking at the 108 Sri Kailasas Uniting Nation initiatives. Sri Kailasa Uniting Nation initiatives are 108 different initiatives supporting a variety of humanitarian services, collectively allowing for the creation of an enlightened, peaceful, sustainable, equitable, resilient, and thriving world. One of the projects which we're going to be looking at by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is the No Hungry Home project offered by Sri Kailasa United Nations for nutritious food and a hunger-free world. Kailasa, over the past 27 years, has served more than 1 billion meals. Every month for the past 27 years, this Hindu ASMT community has served Annadan, and a total of 3 million Annadans have happened in Kailasa and in all the various branches and embassies of Kailasa. These Annadans were provided for all in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination. 10,000 meals are served daily, free of cost, and up to 100,000 meals are being served on festival days. Here we can see Kailasa's protective and preventive COVID care centers offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for affordable and holistic healthcare. During the pandemic, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism converted his monastery campuses into a multi-layer quarantine facility free for all people, regardless of any difference in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socioeconomic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all the basic facilities, including free medical services, were provided for an indefinite amount of time. More than 30 million citizens followed Kailasa's 28-day spiritual regimen in the year 2020. Next, the university and the Nithyananda Gurukul, both offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for education reform and development. The Nithyananda Hindu University is established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and is the world's largest Hindu university. Nithyananda's Hindu University has more than 20 million enrollments, 7,000 free courses, and extended campuses in 150 different countries. The Nithyananda Gurukul is inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 2nd of October 2006 and is for the revival of the ancient Adishaiva Guru-disciple education system, which is an authentic knowledge transmission system based on enlightenment. Here, we're looking at the Nithyananda Jnanalaya project and the Hinduismpedia offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for the protection of Hindu scriptures. The Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya project was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to collect and preserve the 1 million Hindu scriptures while ensuring the knowledge is made accessible and shared free of cost to all, collecting and preserving 1 million source books on Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has authored 10,000 books in 3 different languages and translated into 50 other different languages, has published more than 10,000 articles, and has given more than 10,000 hours of free discourses with over 1 billion combined views. Kailasa's Hinduismpedia is an establishment by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has collected more than 15 terabyte digital books and rare manuscripts from all 19 Sarvanyapitas, ancient mats, and ashrams, 1 million pages on Hinduism, and a collection of 22,000 digital books, 1,000 e-textbooks, and 100,000 articles on various topics of Hinduism. Here we're looking at the Confluences for World Peace offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for global peace and religious harmony. In the year 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. Next, we have Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality, offering women empowerment programs. The first is the Kailasa Yogini Sarvanyapeetham, which is the establishment of yoga and meditation universities to empower their quality of life, and emphasis on life solutions through Vedas and through the Agamas, empowering the indigenous rural women, fighting against wrongful gender stereotyping, gender based violence, and lack of inclusive and quality learning environments. Some of these initiatives include the Nithyananda Kailasa's Nithyananda Lakshmi project, which is a microfinancing service. Kailasa's Women Foundation and Women Empowerment Self-Help Centers, which was launched in 108 places around the world since its initiation in 2009. Kailasa's Ankita program, which is the providing of foundational literacy about working of basic community services and infrastructure environments. Kailasa's Ashraya program, providing vocational training programs to rural and indigenous women to provide equal opportunities and access to independent, self-sufficient financial environments to them. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Vedic feminism in Kailasa, where 80% of the leadership positions are occupied by women. Next, we are looking at the offerings made by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Yoga in the form of the Nityananda Yoga. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived 108 scientifically validated kriyas, specifically targeted to 108 major disorders and diseases such as diabetes, arthritis, and blood pressure. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also reviving the ancient pole yoga, which is the Shivastambha yoga, and rope yoga, which is the Kundalini Raja yoga, in which yogic asanas, postures, and weight balancing techniques are performed to create the yogic physiology, aligning it to the cosmic geometry that manifests superconscious powers. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been awarded 2 Guinness World Records for the largest rope yoga class and the largest Shivastambha class, with bringing worldwide attention to these extraordinary forms of yoga. These Guinness World Records published on the 30th of September and 3rd of October, respectively. Next, we have one of the most historic moments in Kailasa history, where Kailasa, the first nation of Hindus, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, spoke on behalf of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. A significant milestone in the history of Hindus and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa happened on the 2nd of December 2021. His Excellency Sri Nitya Moksha Priyananda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kailasa, represented the persecution of Hindus at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. The theme of the forum was conflict prevention and protection of human rights of minorities. This time, the plight of persecuted Hindu minorities was represented in the United Nations. The systematic and degenerational attacks on Hindu indigenous traditions were highlighted as a part of this meeting. Here we're looking at the various illegal persecutions and attacks happened on Kailasa and on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 70 assassination attempts and physical attacks have happened on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in India and abroad. 40 attacks on community members, destruction of temple monasteries and properties, over 60 incidents of attacks of molestation and rape of women and women monks. Intense lawfare through the 100 different false cases, legal cases, being falsely accused and put on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Intersectional persecution using the entire government mechanism, politically owned media, police, and judiciary controlled by politicians. Inciting mob violence via the social media. These are not just one or two, but many, many ways through which the illegal attacks are happening on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by anti-spiritual elements and anti-Hindu elements. Despite all this, all the attack, all the illegal persecution going on, being happening on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having the resolution and in his unwavering devotion and commitment to his gurus and to the revival of the Kailasa nation, the only nation for Hindus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has now successfully established Kailasa nation. We are now going to be looking at, in the next segment, a very powerful and important part of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions to humanity, and that is the power manifestation. We're going to be looking at what exactly is power manifestation, scriptural reference for power manifestation, as well as a live demonstration of the various powers given by Paramashiva in the Agamas with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be back after a short break, in which we're going to be exploring and learning about the power manifestation science.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers watching us live on our social media platforms, on the official Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Nithyananda Paramashivam YouTube channel and the official Facebook page to this powerful and beautiful session on manifesting powers. In this session, we're going to be understanding and learning various aspects of power manifestation, like how is it helpful and how is it beneficial to our lives? What is the difference between the other people who manifest Shaktis, who manifest Siddhis, and the initiated disciples who manifest Shaktis. And ultimately, we are going to be having a powerful session, a powerful demonstration on the manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. So now let us understand first what are the powers and where do they come from. The powers actually come from the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source of Hinduism. And in the Vedas and Agamas, Paramashiva reveals in detail about how every human is hardwired to manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Manifesting powers are given in detail in the Vedas and Agamas, a step-by-step methodology of how to manifest them and how, when we achieve enlightenment, how these manifestations happen. Now we'll be seeing the difference between the Shaktis and Siddhis. The Shaktis are powers that manifest from the space of enlightenment. Means when you reach that space where you are Paramashiva, it manifests from that space. But Siddhis, on the other hand, manifest when you do tapas. And when you do tapas, you accumulate good karma and you accumulate punya, which protects you, but which manifests through you as Siddhis. Because when you hold that space for the cosmos, you get these, but these will distract you. It's like when the churning happens, or first the water all comes out and finally the milk comes out. And the Siddhis are like the water which comes first when we do the churning to get the butter, and at the end the Shaktis are the real butter which we want. And then the other difference is the Shaktis manifest after initiation of the Guru, and Siddhis happen only when you do tapas, and it's not for anyone. Everyone and anyone don't manifest the Siddhis, but any ordinary human can manifest the Shaktis after the direct initiation from a living enlightened master or the incarnation. And then the other difference is Shaktis are permanent and Siddhis are not permanent, and they distract you from the path of enlightenment. Now we're going to be seeing the various pramanas. How are these powers derived? From where do we get these powers and how is it validated? What is the foolproof authentication method that is used by the ancient rishis to validate these powers? So these powers are validated in 4 different ways. First is the supreme authority of these is the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the direct revelation from Paramashiva, what Paramashiva has given to us in the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures for Hinduism. Then we have the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences which are time tested and foolproof. And after thorough research, the ancient rishis, who are the scientists, and the enlightened masters who have come before, like Ramana Maharishi and Ramakrishna, their experiences about these powers, how they manifested and how they had taught their disciples. So that is the Apta Pramana. The Atma Pramana is the validated experiences of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after manifesting these Shaktis, he validates them with the Apta Pramana, seeing whether his experiences match the Apta Pramana, and then seeing whether his experiences match with the Shastra Pramana. After that, he reveals it to us as his Atma Pramana. Then we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study and the empirical evidence of these Shaktis. What science understands when these powers manifest. And now we're going to be going through a detailed explanation of each of these Pramanas for the powers. So before that, we'll be seeing the source of these Shaktis. Who's the source? So as I mentioned before, the source of these Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, and he is the ultimate reality and the self-effulgent. He is also Swayam Prakasha, which is self-effulgent, and he is omniscient and omnipresent. From him, this whole universe is manifested, and by his manifestation, the 5 actions are manifested, which is the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, removing from delusion, and liberation. So through these 5 actions, all of this whole universe, this whole cosmos, this whole existence that is there, which we know, is created and sustained. The ultimate truth about Shaktis is when the powerful cognitions are mapped into our consciousness, when the jnana is mapped into the prajna, it manifests as possibilities and powers in every being, which is prajnana. Now we are going to be seeing a detailed explanation for each of these pramanas that we saw, the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and the Pratyaksha Pramana. So first we have the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava scripture directly revealed by Paramashiva to Paramashiva Shakti, and in that scripture he gives the reference for the power of third eye. And third eye is not just the blindfold reading, but it is the extraordinary intra-organ which is given to all of us by Paramashiva. So the Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dhadyat lakshayed lakshyamuttamam. The translation for this verse is by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement and having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind, the inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with Paramashiva. So we can see here how Paramashiva has the detailed understanding of how these powers manifest. And it is by the space of ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. Now we are seeing the Apta Pramana for this power, which is from the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is in the historical epic called the Mahabharata, and in the Mahabharata there is a dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna, where Bhagavan Krishna is the direct incarnation of Parandama and Arjuna is the disciple, is the friend of Krishna. And before going to the war, Arjuna has some delusion which blocks him from performing the instructions of Bhagavan Krishna, and at that time the ultimate scripture of the Bhagavad Gita is revealed to humanity. So in that, the 11th chapter, Arjuna has the desire to see the divine vision, the divine darshan.
I welcome you all with my love and respect.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So we were seeing from where the Bhagavad Gita was revealed and how the Bhagavad Gita was revealed and how Arjuna had asked Krishna that Arjuna wanted to see the cosmic form, the Vishwarupa Darshana of Krishna. So Arjuna asked Krishna, and Krishna says to Arjuna, "You cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine vision of the third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence." So this is the 8th verse of the 11th chapter. After that, what happens is Arjuna sees Arjuna's third eye is awakened, and Arjuna is able to see the Vishwa Darshana of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And then in the whole 11th chapter, that beautiful darshan that he has. Next, we'll be seeing the Atma Pramana of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he experienced this power.
Inside and outside broke.
So in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, he says,
that I was able to see everything.
I was able to see, in my first experience, I was able to see the whole 360 degrees around me, above me, in all 10 directions, and below me. I was able to not only see everything, I was able to feel and experience everything. So as we saw in the Shastra Pramana, the verse says that once the mind and body is in stable oneness with Paramashivam, you will be able to see beyond the sight and have the divine vision of the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, and you will have the extraordinary oneness and Advaita with Paramashiva. So we can see this in this experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Next, we'll be seeing the empirical evidence, which is the scientific study on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Bush, shrubs, everything.
So here we can see the scientific research that has been conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in that study, they had used the technique of positron emission topography, which is scientists use specific equipment that is kept on the head of a person and measures the brain waves of anyone. So we can see how in this picture the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism itself is going through the research, and when they had done the measurements, they found high activity in the part of the brain which hosts the third eye, where the third eye is. So in the frontal lobe of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, they were able to see high amount of activity being released, and 90% of the energy was from that place, and the whole rest of the brain was silent and had become dark. So this is the findings that they could find from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own brain when they had done the scan. Now we'll be seeing one of the powers that manifests from the power of the third eye, which is the power of consciousness over matter. And consciousness over matter is also from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. We'll be seeing the Shastra Pramana now, and then we'll be moving on to the live demonstration of this power. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, Kvachid vastuni vinyane drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. The meaning is, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object. Then one should remove all the thoughts, one should unclutch from all the thoughts and impressions of that object. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all inclusiveness or infinity. So as we can see, in this verse also, Paramashiva again emphasizes that from that space of oneness, from that space of Advaita, only all these powers manifest. So now we'll be having a live demonstration of this power, where I will be manifesting this power to all of you. So how we are going to be manifesting is, I'm going to be having my Atma Linga, which is a crystalline linga, which is energized directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and where he installs the direct energy of Paramashiva. It is a living form of Paramashiva that is given to all of us. And then with this Atmalinga, I'm going to be placing it on my hand, and through the oneness with Paramashiva, we are going to be seeing the Atmalinga stand. The greatness of this power is not that the Atmalinga stands, but when the Atmalinga stands, we really experience Paramashiva, and it gives all of you viewers who are watching us now that direct experience of Paramashiva happening, because we don't see Paramashiva physically manifest in our life other than through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But when Paramashiva wants to show that he is really manifesting through you and give you the confidence that he is alive and reciprocating to all your prayers, Paramashiva manifests through these divine Shaktis that he has given to us in the Vedas and Agamas. So now I'll be showing in a close-up camera my hand and the Atmalinga, and we will be able to see that there is no strings tied to my hand. There is no any other way that the Atmalinga can be moved other than through the power of the consciousness. So here we can see my hand and the Atmalinga. And the Atmalinga, as I mentioned before, it is made of a crystalline material, and the Atmalinga cannot be moved by a magnet. And we can see that my hand also, there is no kind of glue, there is no kind of strings tied. And when I'm going to be doing the manifestation, I'm also going to be having this tissue paper. So you can see that it's just a plain tissue paper. There's no strings or anything in it. So it's just a plain tissue paper, and I'm just going to fold it so that it's a bit more stronger. So here's the tissue paper, and now I'm going to be placing my Atmalinga on my hand. And when I manifest, I'll be showing you that I'll be doing this to show that there is a. So even now we can see that there is no strings tied, as I'm going in a full 360-degree rotation around my Atmalinga, we can see that even when I move my hand also, there's no movement in the Atmalinga itself. The Atmalinga is stable. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya intensely, and when I do that, we will be seeing that directly the Atmalinga is standing, and it is not the, as I mentioned before, it is not to prove that we can manifest powers, but it is to show that through all of us. So because of that, we'll be, and when we manifest these powers, the most important thing that happens is we are creating an ecosystem, a Vata Varna, where any desire that we have, because we are in oneness with Paramashiva, any desire that we have automatically manifests, because it becomes, the desires that happen in us starts to directly be downloaded by Paramashiva. Only what he wants start manifesting through us, because we start to understand that we are Paramashiva. So any power that we want or any desire that we want to manifest happens. So all the viewers also can take this time now to manifest any intention, whether it might be some wealth, health, or any relationship that you want. This is the best time to create the reality for that to happen. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, and all of you viewers watching us now can also take this time now to create, because every day we are manifesting the powers in this segment. So every day you're building that connection, because only when the connection happens, it will really manifest. Like only when the phone is connected to the Wi-Fi, you can use it to send messages. So when every day you keep doing the power manifestation, you will start to see that you are able to connect with Paramashiva. You are able to allow that flow of energy to happen through you. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, and all of you can join me and also chant along to manifest the state and space of Paramashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 So we can see as the Atmalinga is standing also, there is no movement in the Atmalinga. So we can see it's the direct manifestation of Paramashiva happening. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So we saw the beautiful manifestation of the Atmalinga moving, and this is the best opportunity for all of us to create any reality that we want. So the best reality that I think that all of us should create is Paramashivoham, because when we attend Paramashivoham, it is not just another spiritual retreat or online mind solutions or problem solving kind of program. It is a direct program by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the Nijavatara of Paramashiva, and who has scientifically proven that these programs can create any reality in your life, is going to be conducting the Paramashivoham sessions. And when we sit in those sessions, what you think about wealth, health, powers, money, anything that you think, totally there'll be a change, because you will get the real understandings, real cognitions about these powers. And when you get that, you will be easily able to create anything in your life, because you're getting the password to the cosmos and you're getting the direct connection to Paramashiva. And when Paramashiva ordains, anything that you want will happen. So now will be, you can all take some time now to create that intention first. Maybe you don't have this cognition or understanding right now that your reality is being blessed by Paramashiva, because when he wants you to attend the program, when he wants you, it is only by his will that you can do anything. It is not being bound by Paramashiva, but it is the way that Paramashiva has given human beings the enough of freedom as they get responsible. So with responsibility, automatically freedom happens. So when we really understand that we are Paramashiva, that is the freedom and that is the responsibility that we are taking. So Paramashivoham is the best opportunity for all of us to create any reality and really manifest Paramashiva through us. So now we'll be moving on to the next segment, where we'll be learning some really powerful cognitions and understandings about our life. How using those powerful cognitions we can change a lot of problems that we are facing today and create the new future that we want. So we'll be right back with you after a short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivoham program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
You will become Paramashiva. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone, we're back. Beautifully, in the previous segment, we saw Paramashivam Maharaj demonstrate the powers of the third eye, displaying the science of power manifestation. Paramashivam Maharaj, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, was successfully able to manifest the power of consciousness over matter, where the Atmalinga in his hand he was able to move it from being in a horizontal flat position to a vertical standing position. These are just one of the many powers which Paramashiva has listed in the Vedas and Agamas, a total of 463. In this next segment now, we're going to be learning more about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which we are all going to be receiving today from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his grace and blessings. Dakshinamurthy. Dakshinamurthy is the embodiment of the Guru Tattva, of Guru in our life. Once there's a beautiful Leela story which happens in Mahakailasa, in the abode of Paramashiva. As we all may know, Paramashiva is mostly always in Samadhi, in the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. One day Devi Parvati, Parashakti, asks Paramashiva, "Oh Paramashiva, always you're in meditation, you're in contemplation, you're sitting in such a restful awareness, deep space, without attending to anything in the outer world, without attending to anything which is happening around you. What is it that you're so engrossed in meditating?" Paramashiva beautifully answers, "I am meditating on the Guru Tattva." It is through the Guru we achieve the ultimate. We experience and realize our oneness with the cosmos. We are now going to be watching a series of videos given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this truth of the Guru Tattva, as well as the story of Dakshinamurthy. Dakshinamurthy Guru, the first Guru to happen on this planet. Before we enter into the segment, we request all your head, neck, and spine in a straight single line, and allow for the space of restful awareness to settle in your system. Let us move from the space of hearing to the space of listening, because it is only in the space of listening where everything that Swamiji says will be imbibed by our systems, will become a part of our cognition. So please sit straight, take a few minutes, and come back, relax yourself into the space of restful awareness. Keep aside all your electronic devices, gadgets, whatever it is that may be distracting you or may be a distraction for you during the session. Keep everything aside, close the door if you need to, and just sit with yourself in a space of deep restful awareness. We are now going to be listening to the great truths given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Guru Tattva and on Dakshinamurthy.
When we say Dakshinamurthy teaches in silence, it is not that he never utters a word, but just by a word, he will transmit petabytes of information. He sat as Dakshinamurthy in his formless space. His very presence vibrated, and all the rishis received that great truths. दक्षिणामूर्तये च विद्महे ज्ञानहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नो धीः प्रचोदयात् ॐ दक्षिणामूर्तये च विद्महे ज्ञानहस्ताय तन्नो धीः प्रचोदयात् So, silently, Shiva lands in the Tarugavana as a handsome young man. And the extraordinary glow and the energy which is beyond skin, the extraordinary radiance, tejas, beyond the skin color, extraordinary attraction beyond the size of the body, he manifested as this young man filled the whole Tarugavana. And he went round the Tarugavana in the name of begging to collect food. His Parivrajaka Yatra. All the wives of the rishis saw this extraordinary charismatic energy expression. Fortunately, they were not bitten by the snake intellect. They were not caught in the arrogance. They were not caught in the pseudo-ego of their husbands. These Tarugavana rishis, intellectuals, because they felt they can do anything they want through the power of yajnas. They started experiencing or feeling the subtlest problem of life pseudo-ego asserting itself as ultimate. So, silently, Shiva lands in the Tarugavana as a handsome young man. And the extraordinary glow and the energy which is beyond skin, the extraordinary radiance, tejas, beyond the skin color, extraordinary attraction beyond the size of the body, he manifested as this young man filled the whole Tarugavana. And he went round the Tarugavana in the name of begging to collect food. His Parivrajaka Yatra. All the wives of the rishis saw this extraordinary charismatic energy expression. For they were not bitten by the snake intellect. They were not caught in the arrogance. They were not caught in the pseudo-ego of their husbands. They saw this young man, ascetic, a sadhu, walking in the streets, asking for alms. Not only they gave food, they just lost themselves in his presence and glory. All of them have started spending time around him, started listening to his teachings. Imbibing those ideas. The problem started in the house. So it is too much. Within 2 days, there was a meeting of all the intellectuals, big discussion, how to stop this young sadhu going around and begging and giving lessons and teachings and taking classes. Something immediately need to be done, otherwise we will not have anybody in our house. We will be left all by ourselves. Everybody has started following them. They created a violent plan. We need to destroy him, finish him off. So they gathered. Started spreading waves. Those days, yajna. Those days, yajna means what? Creating certain kind of waves and sending all over the world. They organized huge yajna and started chanting different mantras, started creating negativity and sending it towards him. Those intellectuals commanded the Damaru, go and kill that man and come, kill that sadhu. Damaru came with all its speed. The young sadhu was sitting under the banyan tree. The light smile, opened his eyes and saw what is coming. The Damaru with all the vigor and power was trying to come near to destroy. All this young sadhu did, he just caught it and kept in his hand to play whenever he wants. Then they created another huge weapon. It's called Maru. They sent that weapon. All right, at least you go and destroy him and come back. Neither Damaru nor Deer did the job. You go. When that came again, he did not even move. Just picked up that Maru and kept it in his right hand. Be with me. You may be useful whenever I want. It's too much. Then they created a tiger out of that fire and sent. Mahadeva not only killed the tiger, took out that skin, started wearing it as dress. So he started wearing it as dress. Then they created an elephant. Again, different energies. Finally created a asura, dark, cunning, cruel, dumb. Muyalaka. They said, you go and do some conspiracy, create some problem, destroy this young sadhu. Shiva did not even bother. He just picked him up and put him at the feet. He was dead. But these asuras are dangerous. Even if they are dead, you have to always keep 1 foot on them so that they don't come back. He puts his feet. Realizing their utter failure, they tried to do all possible things. Sending different weapons in a different way and different negative energies. But nothing could hurt Mahadeva. Nothing could hurt that young sadhu. Everything goes and just surrenders itself at his feet. They were shocked, surprised, unable to understand what is going on, confused, completely disturbed. The very fire, Agni, in which they do the homa and create anything they want, that very fire they commanded, come on, it is time, you go and destroy him, or we will be destroyed. The fire comes in full speed. That's the last weapon they had. Shiva did not even move his body, just opened his eyes, picked up that fire in the left hand, still he is holding in the left hand. You can see as Dakshinamurthy, he will be holding it in the left hand. That is the fire. Now, these rishis lost practically everything. Nothing is left. It is too much. Too strong lesson for them. But even though they were thinking about this young sadhu to destroy him, but continuous thinking about him has brought some good things to them. Those rishis are fortunate. Maybe the layer of negativity they carried was very less. Just because they were constantly thinking about him, they finally decided If there is somebody who can stand all the negative things we can do and still be calm, composed and continue what he wants to do, then he must be extraordinary power. They had little intelligence also along with their intellect. Fortunately, they went and surrendered at the feet of Mahadeva. Because they surrendered, Shiva gave knowledge to them also. Not only he saved humanity from these atheistic intellectuals, because they also surrendered, he saved them also from themselves. By his presence, intense silence, he liberated them, enlightened them, made them to understand just the karma or the extraordinary powers are not ultimate. There is something more than that. Understand this story. When Guru assumes the human body, when he comes down to the human frequency to save humanity from atheistic intellectuals and save themselves from themselves, save them also from themselves. The extraordinary sense he radiates itself is power. Because of his extraordinary energy and silence and the spiritual presence, any negativity comes, just dies down and starts supporting him in positive way. After all that, after all this attack, still he is sitting silently in the banyan tree, radiating his presence. The inner space continues to radiate the extraordinary silence. An intense presence goes on inspiring everybody to transform themselves. First, he destroys all the negativity thrown towards him and turns them into positive energy. Then he transforms the very people who are trying to throw negativity towards him. Remember, in each one of you, there is an inner space which is Dakshinamurthy, Shiva happening in human body, Atma Guru, who goes on transforming any negativity thrown at you as positive. Any incident happening, life throws at you, understand, bring it to that space. It will turn that into positive.
If life is throwing fire at you, bring it to the Dakshinamurthy. He will turn that into anything brought to him turns positive.
See, Paramashiva manifested as Dakshinamurthy to teach Veda and Agamas to Targavana rishis. It's not that it was a past. If you become silent to free yourself from the past, present, future, through unclutching, you can see he is teaching even now in that huge cosmic sound. Om, even recorded by NASA. That soundless sound, Anahata Dhvani. Om. If you can hear it through the deep unclutching, you can see Dakshinamurthy teaching you now. Then Mahadeva withdraws Adi Shakti into himself. He sits as Sadashiva and Adi Shakti together. That is what is Dakshinamurthy form. That is why in all Rajeshwari temples there will not be Shiva. In all Dakshinamurthy temples there will not be Devi. Because in Dakshinamurthy form he is both. In Rajeshwari form he is both. When the male component is sucked into the female component, he is Rajeshwari. When the female component is sucked into the male component, he is Dakshinamurthy. In no Dakshinamurthy temple, there will be Devi. So he sits as Dakshinamurthy. Dakshinamurthy is from the face, from the Mahasadashiva's, Paramashiva's face of Ahora, destruction, rejuvenation. From that face, Dakshinamurthy comes out. Meaning, all the great are ferocious. It'll just purify you. It'll just burn all your non-chastity, cheating, silly patterns and conversations with your life. It looks very paradoxical. Embodiment of peace, Dakshinamurthy, silence, comes out of the face of Paramashiva's Agora, which is supposed to be perceived intense violence, ferociousness. Teacher is the ultimate rejuvenator. Guru is the ultimate rejuvenator. He removes everything you know as you and he manifests everything is real you. The real you swallowing everything you know as you is chastity. Allow the chastity to Paramashiva manifest in you. Let real you eat and swallow whatever you know as you. I am not singing. Wake up when Dakshinamurthy teaches. Don't wait for Kalabhairava to come and wake you up. And you need to know both came out of the same face, Agora. Maybe Paramashiva always tries to show Dakshinamurthy of his Ahora face, and if you don't listen, then only he has to allow Kalabhairava to manifest. Chastity will never create conflicts. It will bring tremendous fulfillment. If there is a conflict outside, look in, something need to be attended inside. Something need to be worked out inside. First is a straight, intimate, raw, integrated way Guru deals you, handles you. If he has to strategize and present himself very sweetly to you, understand you do not have an integrated relationship with him. You have a strategic relationship. He will also be having a strategic relationship. Paramashiva dealing you with his own hands, with his empty hands, bare hands, he will never kill you. Anything you see other than ferociousness, all forms of sweetness, is handling you through a strategy, means some weapon. The weapon may be looking very comfortable, but not good for you in long term. Ferociousness, straightforwardness is the best integrated, intimate relationship with Guru. Understand, my love is lubrication for your machine. My ferociousness is energy, fuel, power for your machine. Any machine can run without lubrication, but it cannot run without power, energy. My ferociousness is as important as power is needed for the machine to run. My love is lubrication, optional, which is not compulsion. Don't even expect lubrication.
Sound of Dakshinamurthy and silence of Dakshinamurthy need to be understood in reality. See, the silence of Dakshinamurthy is not the soundlessness. Any sound you can only hear in certain decibel. If it goes below that decibel, you can't hear. If it goes above that decibel, you can't hear. Dakshinamurthy's silence is above decibel. That decibel which you can't hear, beyond your capability of hearing, that decibel sound is Dakshinamurthy's silence. So Dakshinamurthy's silence is not soundlessness. It is beyond the sound you can hear. Same way, listen carefully. Dakshinamurthy's silence is not soundlessness. It is beyond the sound which you can grasp, perceive, hear. The human here has a dynamic range of the threshold of 120 to 130 decibel. You can neither hear below 120 decibel nor you can hear above 120 decibel. Sorry, 0 to 120 to 130. I can say 0 to 130 decibel. Listen carefully. Human here has a dynamic range of 0 decibel to 130 decibel. If something is below the 0 decibel, you can't hear. Something is above the 130 decibel, you can't hear. Dakshinamurthy's silence is above the 130 decibel. It is not, it is the sound which is beyond your capability to perceive, beyond your range. Same way, Dakshinamurthy's visual silence, see, Dakshinamurthy's verbal silence is the sound which is beyond your perception. Same way, Dakshinamurthy's visual silence is not darkness where nothing exists. No, it is supernal effulgence where all your ability to visualize disappears into a supernal effulgence. Like 7 colors of the rainbow disappear into the sun's bright shining. Your ability to visualize dissolves, disappears into the supernal effulgence of Dakshinamurthy. Understand? The supernal effulgence of Dakshinamurthy and supernal silence of Dakshinamurthy. Then you will understand the right knowledge, right clue about the existence of Paramashivatva. If you understand this one truth, today you can manifest powers. The common frequency the human ear can hear is like a 20 to 2000 hertz. 0 decibel to 130 decibel maximum. 20 to 20,000 hertz or 0 to 130 decibel. That's it. If it is below 20 hertz, you can't hear. If it is above 20,000 hertz, you can't hear. Dakshinamurthi's silence is above 20,000 hertz.
Understand? Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Paramashiva resides in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and radiates it in the form of Dakshinamurthy. In all our temples, Dakshinamurthy radiates the biology of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Anybody wants Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Go to our temples, Dakshinamurthis, and touch the Dakshinamurthy deity. Do puja. Sit in the front of Dakshinamurthy. Sit in front of the third eye of Dakshinamurthy and just see him with your third eye. You will fall into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. He carries the very bio-memory, conscious decision, will to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In Nirvikalpa Samadhi, all will melts down. That tattva, Nirvikalpa Samadhi tattva, radiates as a living will in all our Dakshinamurthis. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, Nithyananda, we're back. Beautifully through the course of satsangs, the supreme founder of Hinduism expanded on the story, the Leela of Paramashiva coming down and assuming the form of Dakshinamurthy, as well as how Dakshinamurthy removed the ego of the Tarakavana rishis. how due to the various powers they were manifesting, they became arrogant, they became egoistic, and they became atheistic. It is the compassionate form of Dakshinamurthy coming down and removing their ego and bestowing the science of living enlightenment upon them. Forgiveness is a straight, intimate, raw, and integrated way which Guru deals you, handles you. If he has to strategize and present himself very sweetly to you, understand you do not have an integrated relationship with him. You have a strategic relationship. He will also have a strategic relationship. Swamiji actually very beautifully again and again says that Guru is nothing but a mirror of you. The way you respond and you relate with the Guru, in the same way only the Guru relate. When you behave strategically and hypocritically with the Guru, that is the same way the Master also relate back. But when you are in complete integrity, complete authenticity, and have a very straightforward relationship with the Guru, then the Guru will also be straightforward and integrated to you as well. It is what you do, your actions, decides the relationship you will have with your Guru, with your Master. It is now time to bring ourselves back, to align ourselves to have integrity with the Guru. Let us first pen down three situations where we have allowed ourselves to be strategic and not straight with ourselves. Even before we start identifying where and all we have been non-integrated and have missed integrity, have been strategic with the Master, let us first understand in our own life, where are we handling ourselves strategically? Where are we handling ourselves without being straightforward, being hypocritic? Please take a few minutes. Let's first pen down the three situations in the life where we have been strategic and not straightforward with ourselves. Yes. Let us now move to the second step of the process. After identifying the three situations in which you have allowed to be yourself to be strategic with you and not straight with your own self, we're going to be entering the next process, next step, which is deciding to be raw and straight with yourself and pen down everything which comes up. All the different ideas, different decisions which you now have to start making for your life. When you take the decision to be straight, to be raw, and to be straightforward and integrated with yourself, all the decisions, all the thought processes, everything which you need to change in yourself starts coming, starts rising to the surface of your mind. Start penning all of them. Start penning all the life changes which you yourself know you need to make once you decide to be integrated with yourself. It is through these various processes which we are going through every single day as a part of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan program, which allows us to become receptive and receive the energy Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which the Supreme Point of Hinduism will be transmitting. So allow yourself to be integrated and straight with yourself about this process and allow you to be straight with you. Only then can any transformation start happening in you. So please continue the process and pen down all the decisions. Now you know all the strategies, the decisions, everything you need to do to integrate yourself and to manifest the reality which you want. Start penning all those things. Yes, let's move now to the next step of the process. Deciding consciously. I am moving up the strategic relationship. I will have a straight relationship with myself and with Swamiji. Take the strong decision, strong stance, conscious will with yourself about how you're going to relate with yourself, how you're going to relate with the Guru, with the Master, with Swamiji, and start allowing the integrity with the Guru to flower. With this, we come to the end of this segment. We are now going to be practically and right in front of your eyes, going to be causing and manifesting your reality. Joining us in the next segment, we have a few devotees, as well as Crown Prince Balsant of the Nithyananda order of Kailasa, who's going to be leading us into the next session of causing our realities. Please stay tuned. We'll be back after a film.
you will become Paramashivam.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all you are Paramashiva with Shaktipada and Shaktipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasakrama is an extensive and thorough sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and realized. Starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness, and the planes, multiple planes, everything. Understand? Literally last 39 years from the age of 5, whatever Paramashiva manifested through teaching, speaking, writing, every way, condensing the whole thing and presenting it to you all as experientially in these 21 days through this Jnana Charya, Jnana Kriya, Jnana Yoga, Jnana Jnana is Mahaparamashivoham. Lifestyle for just Paramashiva. Rituals to be just Paramashiva. Yoga for just being Paramashiva. Jnana just Paramashiva. This Mahaparamashivoham is like literally the ultimate journey in a most safest way.
Horrible guy.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
All the viewers watching us live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and all of the social media platforms to Guru and experiencing the Guru in our lives. As we all know, the most important person in all our lives is our beloved Guru, our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and experiencing that Guru Tattva, literally going back to of when you met Swamiji and experience was when you met Swamiji and for the first time saw Swamiji in your lives and really experienced that Swamiji says me Mondada moment. So today in our session we learnt all about the Guru Tattva, which is not just a philosophy or just a, but it is literally our lifestyle, whether it is the puja that we perform early in the morning or our whole day, where each of our action, as Swamiji said, that all of us should constantly go back to that cognition. How will Swamiji react if Swamiji is doing the same thing, or how will Swamiji talk, how will Swamiji conduct? Many of our devotees have given the testimonials, whether they're in the operation theatre, in the hospital, when they're about to perform the surgery, they look inside and they invoke Swamiji's presence, that oneness, they perform the surgery, and of course with Swamiji's blessings it becomes successful. Or if devotee is in any meeting and how Swamiji is just, the words just flow out of Swamiji's mouth like the poetry, and having that intention when they're conducting board meetings or when they're in important roundtable conferences. So not just in the daily morning puja or night before you go to sleep or while watching a satsang, but throughout the day to experience that Guru Tattva. One of the biggest blessing and opportunity that Swamiji is giving us is, of course, the Paramashivam program, which is ongoing. I'm sure all of you had just a glimpse, segment, and the truths that Swamiji is revealing. But of course, if you would like to know more and experience the whole sessions, and of course Swamiji's direct darshan and blessings, and having an opportunity to one-to-one for Swamiji to ask, for you to ask your questions to Swamiji, for Swamiji to answer your questions, for you to have that one-to-one. Swamiji, I invite all of the viewers to put in your intentions for being chosen for the Paramashivam program, which is starting just in a few days on the 9th of February. So all the participants can actually see the QR code which is on the screen, and if you just scan the QR code, you can put in your intention. Name. Nithyananda, so all the participants can take a few moments to register in the QR code which is on top. So you can just take your mobile phones and camera, which the registration page for the Paramashivam program, where you can put in your name and contact details, so the acharyas would get in touch with you. And I'm sure many of the participants, many of the viewers have various different goals, or I would say boons, that you would like to fulfill in your life. It can be health, or it can be wealth, or it can be everything. So based on the boon that you would like to choose, based on the blessing that you would like to have, the acharya would then guide you on which is the best day to attend the Paramashivam program, as each day has a specific theme. And of course the energy of Bhagavan Paramashiva, our beloved Swamiji, where Swamiji blesses in the various different forms of Paramashiva. In the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagavan Paramashiva clearly explains about each of these different forms. Paramashiva himself incarnated at specific. For example, the energy of Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, where the ferocious compassion is what is radiated by that form of Paramashiva, and Swamiji literally embodies that form of Paramashiva and graces all of us in that energy. So a ferocious breakthrough in any parts of your life, or you are stuck with a pattern that you have been stuck with, and you want to break that pattern with the blessings of Mahakala Bhairava. So any pattern or any solution you want in your day-to-day life, any breakthrough that you want in your day-to-day life, you can sign up for and submit your intention to join the program, and we, the acharyas, would then guide you on the best way that participate and receive Swamiji's blessing. For who are QR code right here where you can your mobile phones, and you will then be guided. You can find the Paramashivam. And another beautiful opportunity that Swamiji has blessed all of us with, I'm sure introduction to the session you would have seen the intro. Just to give a small brief, Kailasa is the sovereign Hindu civilizational nation which with blessings of our beloved Swamiji has bestowed this only Hindu nation for all the Hindus across the globe, and to be part of that honor, to be part of that blessing which Kailasa, the various blessings that Swamiji has, the huge blessings of Swamiji, whether it is the from the university, the sevas, but even proud of being part of the Hindu nation, where you are part of such a huge ecosystem, whether it is you can be part of the global Hindu diaspora, and it can even be the, of course, monetary system to make sure that, I'm sure many of us in many of our countries, we don't get the organic Hindu products, we don't get the, so to be part of the global Hindu diaspora and to connect with all of the global Hindus across the globe, Swamiji is sure all of the Hindus to have this, the digital ecosystem, to be part of Kailasa, wherever you are, be the of Kailasa in Biddi in Bengaluru, or you need to go to the Western headquarters in Los Angeles, wherever you in a remote part, let's say in Australia or New Zealand, if you are there and you want to be part of Kailasa, now avail this beautiful opportunity, this initiative blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to be part of Kailasa, be a citizen where you directly are a Kailasa, to be integrated in the beautiful nation, the e-nation, the digital nation, which the Swamiji has blessed all of us with. So, be projecting the link for all of the viewers to become part of the e-Kailasa, become part of systems across the globe. And we have many more beautiful announcements which are coming. So just be right back. Welcome back. So, all of us moments to register for the or the e-citizen, and with that we have a very interesting segment coming up next. We will be having Nithyananda Maharaj, who will be joining us and introducing the various of Paramashivam program, and we also have many participants who are there who will be sharing their. You can have just a glimpse on how the Paramashivam program is and how you can relate with the Paramashivam program. So, Nithyananda Maharaj. Yes, Nithyananda Maharaj, Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda Maharaj.
Yes, Maharaj. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much. So, everyone, thank you so much. Into exactly what is the spiritual growth? How does the spiritual growth happen? Actually, in second chapter, 61st verse says, Tani sarvani samyamya ta asita matparaha vashehiya sandriyani tasya prajna pratishtita. Here is, whether you believe it or not, whether you want to understand it or not, you are a person, you are an individual soul. So Bhagavad, you are an individual soul reflecting the pure consciousness. And the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism reveals your mission to empower the oneness experience. Is it enough for the oneness to blossom in you? Take over. So it's just willingness. The conscious willing. You're in reflecting the pure consciousness, and just your conscious decision to empower. And there's been conducted about what is the impact of this spiritual process, and what is the impact of having these superconscious experiences, the expansiveness of your consciousness on, for example, in the studies of epigenetics, with relation to how the spiritual growth and conscious growth impacts your DNA. So some of the studies with this study of epigenetics, how your genetics, your DNA can be influenced through conscious experience, through spiritual growth. So some of the things have included things like boosted genes, for example. Boosted genes had, in one study, had 3 main beneficial effects. Efficiency of the mitochondria, which is like the cell, the energy battery for the cells. Boosting, which improves control of blood sugar and prevents depletion of the caps that DNA stable. This is basically how to manage, and also found in studies of epigenetics has been the clusters of genes became less active with those governed NF kappa B, but it triggers chronic inflammation, leading to diseases like high blood pressure, and bowel disease, and some cancers. So not only has the spiritual growth initiation, the spiritual processes like initiation Paramashivam, boost things like mitochondrial cell energy and anti-age power of your cells in your body, but also down regulates the groups of genes that create things like inflammation to different disease, some cancers. So many studies like this have been shown impact on your cellular structure from your spiritual growth process. So knowing from Bhagavad Gita, I'm an individual soul reflecting the pure consciousness. This powers in me just by making the decision. Then modern day science has been able to reflect and document many genes and clusters of genes directly influencing your DNA through the spiritual processes. So then we ask the question, yeah, okay, that's great, but is it possible for me? So the Supreme Point, for example, is revealing possible human life and they exist. So the answer is a resounding yes. So this point of Hinduism have showed, for example, 1300% increase in mitochondrial cell energy. Something that is a 30 or 40% is a good growth impact if you get in the mitochondrial, say, so 1300% in the cell is something never before seen. So to hear more of some of the personal experience, the Mahabharata and the initiations darshans, the superconscious mutation process. So once we have of higher dimensions from the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism, that engages a mutation process, superconscious mutation process. So superconscious because it's experience a new space of reality. And that changes everything about how we relate with life, how we relate with ourselves. The impact on our DNA in our body of changing that process to align the cells DNA of our body to the higher superconscious revelations. So the initiation with the avatar gives us the superconscious experience, which in even our DNA level. So to hear more direct experience, I'd like to welcome guests to share his experiences in the Paramashivam and Darshans with the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism. Sterling, I'll mute yourself and welcome you. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you would just briefly introduce yourself, please. Thank you so much.
Hello, Nithyananda. Thank you for having me. A little bit about me. So I'm 24, and I've had a seemingly normal lifestyle, and once I graduated high school back in 2017, I started seeking more. It was kind of like, it felt like an just deep inside me, there is that desire for some spiritual experience. And it wasn't until September of 2019 when Swamiji came into my life, and I can't even remember such a beautiful journey that I've gone through with Swamiji over these last few years. And I feel like so much clarity has came from having him in my life. And the direction that I want to go in now is such a wider direction imagined. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So this is the superconscious mutation we're sharing about. That's something beyond what I ever thought was possible, but it's happening to me. Actually, so I then what can you share? For example, the superconscious mutation process, the life transformation. So how would you describe in your life what the impacts of the Darshan's initiations, Paramashivam experience with the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism has been for you?
Many times, like within Hinduism, we know that like we're told like this world is Maya, it's just an illusion, and it's just like a dream. And it's because of Swamiji in my life. It's like everything, like just me being available, me being open, just sitting for these programs and sitting with darshans and satsangs. It's actually over time, like it just all these explosions and growths have happened where it's like now I feel like yes, I am experiencing like a lucid dream of sorts, where anything that I want to happen, initiations in these programs, it's like I can see my patterns clearly. I'm like okay, here's my pattern, here's what I can from it and draw. Okay, now it's like, so that I have, it's like I don't feel like there is any real separation between like the inner or the outer. It's just this whole experience that's there. And it, like, I feel like with the direction that I'm going, the vision that I have for the individual that I want to become and how I want in this world, to put it into words, it's like such like, you know, and I feel so empowered to, you know, what most people would consider is impossible. I'm like, no, I'll make it happen. Don't worry. I got all the tools, all the resources, like to manifest anything I want. Swamiji is like all the tiny things he does, or I wouldn't say tiny, but all of the big things he does and the tiny things I do, you know, of just being available. It's just, I feel like I'm a brand new being, and constantly every day Darshan or attending a program, it's like just spamming that upgrade button, like for myself, and expand like as much as possible. Actually, this year alone, I'm really excited because I've been able to do so much in the past, like since last Paramashivam, been able to like, I just so important now. Like, okay, now I'm like ready to just, so it's just like any desire that's within me that comes up, I'm like, okay, make this happen. I don't know how, but I'm just gonna do everything that I know I can do and not worry about making mistakes or being imperfect. It's just, let me just manifest and towards whatever, you know, that desire is, that is, I feel aligned with my true purpose of being here.
So this thickness has reinforced the possibility and the understanding in yourself that that the only limitation is what you choose to have as a limitation. And so as you're sharing, so then Swamiji shows me that there's infinite possibilities. By definition, that is what Swamiji is. And if I'm just willing to, there's no need for me to limit myself unnecessarily. Is there any, along this process, then you shared, like, because having the so many different initiation darshan experiences with Swamiji of higher lokas, just having breakthroughs and patterns dropping, the blissful experiences that just reinforces it again and again. That some be my regularity. Is there any kind of specific experience with darshan initiation? How your
like whenever Swamiji comes on for a darshan, depending on, you know, which is available, you know, I might just have so much laughter just bubble up that's uncontrollable. I just feel like, okay, now I'm in this witnessing space, and it's like the body just wants to laugh. It's not even like I'm laughing, it's like the body just wants to have a bubble up kind of bliss. I'm like, it's just amazing. Even now, just like remembering it, it's like just put in the same space. Or even like it's just the tranquil states, like in the darshans, it's, you know, that just that feeling of, you know, I am consciousness. That is who I truly am. You know, the body, this world, everything, like the whole matter energy spectrum is, you know, like is like parashakti to me, and just the pure consciousness is Paramashiva. So it's like feeling that oneness with the two, and just knowing like, okay, like through these darshans, like I just feel like, okay, what's in front of me, watching Swamiji mirroring neurons, the infinite I can be consciously aware of in that moment. I'm mirroring, and what's experienced inside of me is just this such a powerful, like, I'm it, I am it, like like that's the best way I can put it. Like it's just every program, it's just reinforcing and reminding me that I'm able to be happy. There is no such thing as impossible.
Right, and I also if you had to if you were to share something about so you've shared about this blissful energy and the even just the active remembrance can bring those experiences for you, and remembering the powerful initiations from Swamiji, that I have to decide what is the goal I have and take the action, and Swamiji will take care of the rest. What would you share even on that same line? What are challenges the initiation through the Mahaparam Swamiji made redundant in your life?
It's just this feeling of whole world, and like, you know, life isn't here to support me, it's here to torture me. That whole line of thought is just gone. Like, it's like, okay, I want to make that I'm don't make it the steps, and I'm sitting like, why isn't it happening? But when it comes up and I just go for it, just like run to it, like, you know, with that like childlike energy of just, I want that, let me for it, it just happens. So when I declare, when I'm like, look, this will happen, I don't know how, but I'm going to take all the steps required, every step that I can make, I do it without having any fear, just knowing like this whole oneness and everyone that I'm seeing and everything is Paramashiva. It's just such a fun play at this point. And, you know, it's really that taking the first step that was really the hardest thing, because, you know, that whole worrying and, oh, you know, this might not work out or something like that. And it's like, you know, like, let me just make them like mistakes and imperfection. I'll learn out, but desire. So let me just go after it. And there's nothing in my life. There's only the challenges to keep empowering me and inspiring me and being in his like the challenges I face are so like, I don't want to say easy to overcome, but it's just like, it's like, okay, it's so easy to take this step now that I can make it happen, and I'm not scared of anything at this point. I realize like the only thing that I can be scared of is myself, and it's like, why? Like there's nothing I fear. The judgment that like on judgment. Why do I need in the first it? It's Swamiji's like, okay, I'm just gonna have fun in this world.
And maybe in a few moments I'll ask about how you feel these transformations actually happen. To ask about was so having these kind of experiences with the Supreme Point of Hinduism, these initiations into superconscious mutation. What do you know, like about that you know would say this much? I am certain about the Paramashivam, the Supreme Point of Hinduism, the initiations here. What could you? Okay, this much I can tell you. This much I know.
Yeah. Okay. So with this program with Paramashivam, what I can say from what I know, I'm certain of is this to idea of our root problems and having not just the clarity to know this is my problem, this is what I'm dealing with, power and the just, it's like it, like how Swamiji said, you know, we can like 3D print our reality, our concept. So it's like through this program we learn how to do that by breaking the patterns. We can make anything we want. Is like for I know program.
Right, and the Supreme Point of Hinduism. So what I know for sure I can share with everyone is everything's possible.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
So despite having doubt and
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super time. Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
So we just had from Sterling Iyer about his experience with Voham and his experience with Swamiji. He's able to relate how Swamiji's teachings are helping him in a day-to-day his activities, how Swamiji is guiding him in of his step. So that's sharing. Thank you, Sterling Iyer. Thank you, Sri Nyanatma Maharaj, for the introduction. So with that, a few of the viewers had asked us how they can sign up for the e-citizen and what exactly is the e-citizen. So to explain it again, Swamiji has blessed us with a huge e-Kailasa ecosystem, where there's a huge digital network of Hindus around the globe, and all Swamiji has blessed and made a platform for all of them to come together and do everything, right from starting from the morning routine, the yoga, where sanghas together club and do the morning together, enriching the community and teaching everyone the science of enlightenment. They do Bhagavad Gita, where truths revealed by Swamiji, the Bhagavad Gita decoded by our beloved Swamiji, is read, learnt, internalized, and also shared with the whole Sangha. Same way, in every aspect, whether it is the Shastra Adhyayana of the Shastras, is global temple events of your Sangha, or it can even be gatherings online for doing the Nirahara Samyama, or the meditation events like the Akhanda Mahavakya Japa. So there are so many possibilities for you to be part of Kailasa's ecosystem, and for you to experience the not just individual but as part of the whole Sangha, the ecosystem. And that is what is e-Kailasa, and that is what being an e-citizen means. It is directly being part of this enlightenment ecosystem, to be blessed to be a part of this network where you're able to enrich yourself, to enrich others, the whole community around you, your family, your friends, and everyone, to experience this huge enlightenment civilizational nation which Swamiji is reviving, not just physically but even from your own bed, from your own house. For you to experience this ecosystem is what is e-Kailasa. So just to show all the viewers how we can register for the e-Kailasa, becoming an e-citizen of Kailasa. So in your screen you should be seeing portal, the website where you can register for the e-Kailasa. You can also see the link ecitizen.kailasa.org. Official to register and to become a e-citizen. So let me repeat it again. It's on your screen. It's ecitizen.kailasa.org. So that is a link where you can go and apply to become a e-citizen, and application. It is for you to create your own profile to be part of Kailasa's e-citizen program. So all of us can see the link on the screen. So you just need to type in your email and your password, which is Kailasa's products, whether it's Nithyananda TV, where you can see Swamiji's live satsangs, or you can see the Darshan of the various Kailasas across the globe, or Samadhi, which Swamiji has introduced, to log in and register for those programs, or it can be used for availing the apps of Kailasa. Many of you would have noticed about the Google, the various social media platforms released by Kailasa, released by Swamiji himself. To avail all of those services of Kailasa, you can use this as your single portal to access all of those features. So the link is again projected on all. You just need to mail and your password, and when you click on login and register to becoming part of the ecosystem. So let's to register for e-Kailasa. Nithyananda. So as you can see on your name, your first name and last name, your email and your password, and once you have finished, click on the register button, submit your application to be a e-citizen of Kailas. Let's now take a few moments. I invite all of the viewers to submit your application, and just in a few moments we'll be getting ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of our beloved Swamiji. So, few moments to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Take a few, apply for the citizenship, and then all of the viewers who would like to become part of the Paramashivam, that link for you to submit your intention to attend the Mahaparamashi starting 9th. So let's take a few moments and we will then be moving on to the next segment of today's session.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, so while all the viewers are finishing up with the Mahaparamashim, we would like to announce many of the opportunities coming up for, as we're having the temple events, as Shivaratri is right around the corner. It is beginning on the 8th of February, which is till Shivaratri, which is on the 18th. So if any of the viewers would like quarters in Adi Kailas temples, where we will be having the grand rituals going, which is day Paramashivaratri, comment live platforms, and we'll be happy to guide you for us for all of those rituals and be a part of the grand Mahaparamashivaratri celebration are coming. So with that, we also invite all of the participants, all of the viewers to engage where various topics of Hindu, as many of the viewers know, currently there are the main companies which are just laying off employees, and the Hindu system, not context of the spiritual context which Paramashiva gives in the Vedas and Agamas. Paramashiva clearly means even how to conduct the business, how to have the Hindu way of economy, the Hindu strategies, and how you make in an organic Hindu way. And that, so at least Kailasa is Swamiji Shastra, various has consulted all of them and given the economic policies of Kailasa, and operates where Kailasa is the for all of the Hindu businessmen, for all the Hindu businesses to come together, benefit each other as the which Swamiji has blessed. So like this, many of the topics, many of the events that are happening, the recession, or whether it is the so many people going out of jobs, or even the pandemic, Swamiji has given solutions for each and every one of those global disasters, unfortunate events on the Hindu economic principles. So to know more, all of us can visit the official website where are compiled, and all of these are presented in a way that you are operating in your life, in your lifestyle also. Also, another beautiful announcement, we have the third anniversary of Bhagavan Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva in Adi Kailasa. I'm sure many of you would have seen the rituals that happened today in Adi Kailasa, where we saw the homa being performed. Other rituals are today and even tomorrow. So I all of the viewers to tune in live, and just by seeing the temple rituals, by having the sankalpa, as Swamiji says, resolution, when we keep that in the inner space, when all the deities are invoked and are literally to accept all our offerings, and in this auspicious time, all of us have the opportunity to tune in live, prayer requests, submit our intentions, submit our prayers and wishes, boons received from Paramashiva, invite to come and experience the grand rituals, the grand happening of the third anniversary of Nithyanandeshwara. The Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva himself, the Linga, of course Swayambhu, eternal, which is from time immemorial, gracing. But from the time that we officially, Swamiji consecrated Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva in the form of the Swayambhu Linga, this is the third anniversary of Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva. And also, by becoming an e-citizen, that itself grants viewers the two-way darshan of the live rituals, where not just in one way through YouTube or Facebook or the various social media platforms you're able to receive the darshan and blessings of Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara, but you're able to be in two-way, where Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara also, Swamiji, can see you and receive the blessings and receive the Nayana Diksha, the initiation, just by the Swami of Paramashiva. So all of us can avail this beautiful opportunity by becoming part of the e-Kailas, and the link right below, viewers can apply for ship of Kailasa. The rituals are happening from 7 a.m. IST, which is 8 p.m. Pacific, to 1 p.m. which is Pacific time, and all of you can enjoy the rituals happening and receive the blessings of Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva. So with that, we'll now be going to the next segment in just a few moments, and we'll be right back with you after a short break. Please stay tuned.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifested. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately
explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, it's manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness is one and the same, ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself is.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashivam, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being the Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashivam and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. In the program, leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is fasting. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation.
my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka for Bhagavan Dakshinamurthy. Please sit straight. Om Maunavyakhya Prakatita Parabrahma Tattvayuvanam Varshisthante Vashanishthaihi Acharyendram Karakalita Chinmudramanandamurtim Swatma Ramam Muditavadanam Dakshinamurti Mide Chitram Vatadharor Mule Vruddha Shishya Gururyuva Gurostu Maunam Vyakhyanam Shishyastu Chinna Samshayaha. I praise and salute that Dakshinamurti who faces the south, who explains the true nature of the Supreme Brahman, state of silence, who is young in looks, who is surrounded by disciples who are old sages. Whose minds are fixed on Brahman, who is the greatest of teachers, who shows the Chinmudra by his hand, who is the personification of happiness, who is in the state of extreme joy and within himself, who has a smiling face. Let us now, with this space of intense gratitude and restful awareness, receive the darshan of our beloved Swamiji in the form of Bhagavan Dakshinamurti.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes.
शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं ब्रह्मरूपमादिमध्यशेष सर्वभासकं भावषट्कहीनरूप नित्यसत्यमद्वयम् ब्रह्मरूपमादिमध्यशेष सर्वभासकं भावषट्कहीनरूप नित्यसत्यमद्वयं वाक्मनोति गोचरं च नेति नेति भावितं तमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं वाक्मनोति गोचरं च नेति नेति भावितं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं आदितेयबीहरं सुरारिदैत्यनाशकं साधुशिष्टकामदं महीसुभारहारकम् आदितेयबीहरं सुरारिदैत्यनाशकं साधुशिष्टकामदं महीसुभारहारकं स्वात्मरूपतत्त्वकं युगे युगे च दर्शितं स्वात्मरूपतत्त्वकं युगे युगे च दर्शितं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं सर्वभूतसर्गकर्मसूत्रबन्धकारणं ज्ञानकर्म पापपुण्यतारतम्यसाधनं सर्वभूतसर्गकर्मसूत्रबन्धकारणं कर्म पापपुण्यतारतम्यसाधनं बुद्धिवास सर्वकर्मभासनं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं बुद्धिवास साक्षिरूप सर्वकर्मभासनं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं सर्वजीवपापनाशकारणं भवेश्वरं स्वीकृतं जगर्भवासदेहपाशमीदृशं सर्वजीवपापनाशकारणं भवेश्वरं स्वीकृतं जगर्भवासदेहपाशमीदृशं स्थापितं स्वलीलया च येन दिव्यजीवनं स्थापितं स्वलीलया च येन दिव्यजीवनं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं तुल्यलोष्टकाञ्चनं च हेयनेयधिगतं स्त्रीषु नित्यमातृरूपशक्तिभावभावुकं तुल्यलोष्टकाञ्चनं च हेयनेयधिगतं स्त्रीषु नित्यमातृरूपशक्तिभावभावुकं ज्ञानभक्तिभुक्तिमुक्तिप्रदायकं कीर्तनेषु मत्तवच्च नित्यभावविह्वलं चारुदर्शकालिकासु गीतचारुगायकं कीर्तनेषु मत्तवच्च नित्यभावविह्वलं सूपदेशदायकं हि शोकतापवारकं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं सूपदेशदायकं हि शोकतापवारकं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं पादपद्मतत्त्वबोध शान्ति सौख्यदायकं सक्तचित्तभक्तसून नित्यवित्तवर्धनं पादपद्मतत्त्वबोध शान्ति सौख्यदायकं सक्तचित्तभक्तसून नित्यवित्तवर्धनं दम्भिदर्पधारणं तु निर्भयं जगद्गुरुं दम्भिदर्पधारणं तु निर्भयं जगद्गुरुं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं पञ्चवर्षबालभावयुक्तहंसरूपिणं सर्वलोकरञ्जनं भवाब्धिसङ्गभञ्जनं पञ्चवर्षबालभावयुक्तहंसरूपिणं सर्वलोकरञ्जनं भवाब्धिसङ्गभञ्जनं शान्तिसौख्यसद्मजीवजन्मभीतिनाशनं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शान्तिसौख्यसद्मजीवजन्मभीतिनाशनं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं धर्महानहारकं स्वधर्मकर्मवारकं लोकधर्मचारणं च सर्वधर्मकोविदं धर्महान स्वधर्मकर्मवारकं लोकधर्मचारणं च सर्वधर्मकोविदं त्यागिगोहि सेव्य नित्यपावनाङ्घ्रिपङ्कजं त्यागिगोहि सेव्य नित्यपावनाङ्घ्रिपङ्कजं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं तं नमामि देवदेव नित्यानन्दमीश्वरं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्तोत्रशून्यसोमकं सदेशभावव्यञ्जकं नित्यपाठकस्य वै विपत्तिपुञ्जनाशकं स्तोत्रशून्यसोमकं सदेशभावव्यञ्जकं नित्यपाठकस्य वै विपत्तिपुञ्जनाशकं स्यात् कदापि जापयागयोगभोगसौलभं दुर्लभं तु नित्यानन्द रागभक्तिभावनं स्यात् कदापि जापयागयोगभोगसौलभं दुर्लभं तु नित्यानन्द रागभक्तिभावनं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्तोत्रशून्यसोमकं सदेशभावव्यञ्जकं नित्यपाठकस्य वै विपत्तिपुञ्जनाशकं स्तोत्रशून्यसोमकं सदेशभावव्यञ्जकं नित्यपाठकस्य वै बीजनाशकं स्यात् कदापि जापयागयोगभोगसौलभं स्यात् कदापि जापयागयोगभोगसौलभम् आनन्दरागभक्तिभावनं दुर्लभं ध्यानन्दरागभक्तिभावनं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं स्मरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव स्मरणं शरणं नित्यानन्द गुरुदेव शरणं गुरुवरनाम पावननाम नित्य गुरुनाम गुरु नानक नाम गुरुवरनाम पावननाम गुरुवरनाम पावननाम गुरुवरनाम पावननाम गुरुवरनाम पावननाम नित्य गुरुनाम गुरु नानक नाम नित्य गुरुनाम गुरु नानक नाम नित्य गुरुनाम गुरु स्वागतं गुरु श्री नित्यानन्दरिगे नित्यानन्दद स्थिति नीಡುವ ದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ स्वागतं गुरु श्री नित्यानन्दरिगे नित्यानन्दद स्थिति नीಡುವ ದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ स्वागतं गुरु श्री नित्यानन्दरिगे नित्यानन्दरिगे ಮಧ್ವಾಚಾರ್ಯರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಸತೀರ್ಥರಿಗೆ ಮಧ್ವಾಚಾರ್ಯರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಸತೀರ್ಥರಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಜಯತೀರ್ಥಾನಂದ ತೀರ್ಥ ಶ್ರೀಪಾದರಾಯರಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಜಯತೀರ್ಥಾನಂದ ತೀರ್ಥ ಶ್ರೀಪಾದರಾಯರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನೀಡುವ ದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನೀಡುವ ದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನೀಡುವ ದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಗೆ
அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணாச்சல சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே கருணையால் உதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணாச்சல சிவனே நித்ய அருண சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே கருணையால் உதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே யுக அக்னி த்ரேதையில் மாணிக்கம் துவாபரத்தாமிரமாம் உயர் துவாபரத்தாமிரமாலியுகம் உய்ய அருணாச்சல இந்த கலியுகம் உய்ய அருணாச்சல திரு மலையன எழுந்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணாச்சல சிவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே கருணையால் உதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே உன்முகம் சென்றதில் அன்பு மலர்ந்திட ஆனந்தம் தருபவனே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் தருபவனே கல்மணம் தாண்டியுன் இன்முகம் நினைந்திட கல்மணம் தாண்டியுன் இன்முகம் நினைந்திட முக்தி அளிப்பவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணாச்சல சிவ நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே கருணையால் உதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே மாதவம் செய்தந்த மங்கையும் ஏங்கிட பாகத்தை தந்தவனே, இடபாகத்தை தந்தவனே, வேண்டிடும் அன்பரை காத்திடவே இங்கு வேண்டிடும் அன்பரை காத்திட மானுட வேடம் பூண்டவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அருணாச்சல சிவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே, அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே, கருணையால் உதித்தவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே. அழலுருவாகினும் அடி தோளும் மாந்தரை நிழலென காப்பவனே, குளிர் நிழலென காப்பவனே, நிறை முழுதாக இப்பிறவியை மாற்றியே, நிறை முழுதாக இப்பிறவியை மாற்றியே, இறைநிலை தருபவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அருணாச்சல சிவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே, அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே, கருணையால் உதித்தவனே, சிவனே. வேதனைட வேதனும் மாலும் பாதம் பணிந்திடவே, உந்தன் பாதம் பணிந்திடவே, ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லாதந்த ஜோதி, ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லாதந்த ஜோதியின் ரூபம் தரித்தவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அருணாச்சல சிவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே, அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே, கருணையால் உதித்தவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே. சந்திரர் வைரவர் விஞ்ஞயர் என் திசையோகியரும், உயர் என் திசையோகியரும், நித்ய ஆனந்தராய் நினைந்தே உனை அடைந்திடும், ஆனந்தராய் நினைந்தே உனை அடைந்திடும், ஹரஹர சிவ சிவனே, நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே, அருணாச்சல சிவனே, காலமிடற்றினில் கட்டிய நாதனே காலனை வென்றவனே இங்கு காலனை வென்றவனே துதி பாடிய மைந்தனும் உண்டவிடம் துதி பாடிய மைந்தனும் உண்டவிடம் அதன் வீரியம் மாய்த்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அருணாச்சல சிவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே அபயம் தந்தம்மையாட்கொண்டிடவே கருணையால் உதித்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே தேடியும் பாதங்கள் நாடிட ஓடும் எண்ணங்கள் மாய்த்தவனே ஓடும் எண்ணங்கள் மாய்த்தவனே ஆழ்ந்து நினைந்திட ஆண்டவனே உனை ஆழ்ந்து நினைந்திட ஆண்டவனே நித்ய ஆனந்தம் தந்தவனே நித்ய அருணாச்சல சிவனே